Well, there's a good way to start, huh? Happy Friday, everyone. The start of your bank holiday weekend. Welcome. VistaJet citation to Norwich next. You can just about see it down there.
This is Jimmy 373. That's the 2 minutes now for the right turbines. The
Look
wind
who's back.
is 1430 degrees 5 knots. And 28 right there for takeoff.
Air Transat. We also have a wet chest. What's it Dean calls it? Wet chest. Dreamliner. WestJet Dreamliner is back. Picture and sound good. Much appreciated, Farmer. Welcome to you all. John, Farmer, Paul Green, Gary, David, most welcome.
Alright, 12 from November 2, line up from right and right.
Line up from right and right.
Denison 4, Whiskey Delta, good morning, taxi, November 2, Old Jordan, right.
Too busy, sorry.
November 2, and all short 1 way, straight right, Control 4, Whiskey Delta.
So, westerly ups, 28 right departures. Philip, how do?
Like Alpha Sierra Bravo Alpha, taxi, November 2, hold short and 28 right.
This is November 2, hold short 1 way, 28 right, Mike Alpha Sierra Bravo Alpha.
Ryanair to Edinburgh. I just actually reread that, Philip. Sitting on the toilet saying hello to us all.
Service reset is 1535 on 28 right, just take that, bye-bye.
Yeah, hold on, that's clear, close line, alright, hold on.
Gemstone 4, Whiskey Delta from November 2, line up from right and right.
November 2, line up and wait 1 way, straight right, Control 4, Whiskey Delta.
So, interesting. Slight tailwind, which is carrying all the sound towards us. That's why we can hear so much of the airport currently.
Wind check is 1335 on 28 right, here for takeoff, bye-bye.
Let's take off 1 way, straight right, Control 4, Whiskey Delta, bye-bye.
ATR to Edinburgh. Well,
Mike, Alpha Sierra
sorry?
Bravo Alpha, November 2, line up from right and right.
Is there a plane that
November 2, line up and
no,
wait 1 way,
I live stream from here a couple of times a week, so
Brilliant.
yeah,
Fair play to you.
much appreciated.
Keep it up.
Cheers.
Irish 6950, good morning, taxi, November 2, Old Jordan, 28 right.
Taxi November 2, hold short 1 way, 28 right, fly 6 ways.
There we go. Engines on. It's all right, Philip. You're a man. Some of your best work is done in that room. Mashed. So they've been on reverse ups all week. They've only changed in the last 2-3 hours. It's very calm. So we'll see. It's only if it starts getting above 10 knots will they consider changing again. But if they do, this runway becomes arrivals. And EIDW, former Ella from Manchester, is doing something very strange today. It's on the late Malaga flight. So there's 2 A330s to Malaga today and 2 A330s from Faro yesterday. Or is that tomorrow? But Ella is operating EI583, which is normally an A320 inbound from Malaga. It's going to be a 330 today. Ringmaster, thank you for 17 months in the Spotters Club. Adam, hello. Ringmaster has also gifted 5 memberships.
Bravo Alpha, wind check is 110 degrees 8 knots and may 28 right there, take off, bye.
Take off from it here, right? Back up here, Bravo.
Ringmaster, Paul, thank you very much. Ryanair, Challenger, off to Calrush, I don't know. Anyway.
6 Mike Whiskey from November 2, line up and exit right and wait.
Ryanair rocket.
From November 2, line up. Runway 28 right, 6 Mike Whiskey.
To slightly slow down my tripod mechanism. You can see there I was getting ahead of the aircraft nearly. That's not good, is it? There we go. A little bit better. We'll see. We'll dial it in as we go. Apologies for cancelling Wednesday's stream. After work I went out and the pillars had far too many people parked there for my liking.
86 Echo, taxi November 2, hold short and make
And it was too windy for the roof of the van. We would have just been nothing but vibrations.
6 Mike Whiskey, surface wind check is 110 degrees 10 knots, and may 1 discretion runway 28 right, clear for takeoff, bye.
Runway 28 right, clear to take off, fly 6 Mike Whiskey.
Renee, congrats and thank you. 2 years in the Spotters Club. BA Embraer to London City. Glenn, afternoon to you. Dreamweaver, hello.
6 Echo for November 2, line up and make right and wait.
Kiarka, how do? Oh, I've locked it too much. Ooh. Can have one or the other, but not perfect. It's just the way it works, unfortunately. NetJet's citation to Newcastle. Matt has been out with the binoculars all week. And Thomas is scaffolded in a house near Shannon Airport. Ah, the smell of Jet A1. Sarah Jane, afternoon to you. Temple, hello.
Then 386 Echo, the surface wind is...
Adam, it is. Ryanair have, I think, 4 or 5 Challengers. They used to have 4 or 5 Learjets. Those MAB registered Challengers that you see in and out of Dublin are all owned by Ryanair. Crew and part transport, as well as, I imagine, the Ryanair executives.
SmartJet 59 Papa from November 2, line up from 828 right. From November 2, line up around 828 right, SmartJet 59 Papa.
Drop down. Interesting. It's definitely Froggy Friday. Erica, 20 months? Oh, how time has flown, huh? Literally. Thank you very much, Erica. SmartJet Hawker Beechcraft 400 off to London.
Jet 59 Papa, surface wind is 130.7 knots from 828
Mark,
right, take off.
afternoon.
Before take off, please right. SmartJet 59 Papa.
Angry Wasp. Current wind direction is carrying the sound straight at us, so if I need to adjust things downward, let me know. I don't want you all getting distorted and deafened again. Shredderhead just got the new parasol and the sun has decided you'll be able to use it this weekend. It'll keep you dry from the rain. And there's more over there. He's still just staring at me, look. Woo! Little kick of the leg. You know who I don't see? Don't see Apollo. Are they flipping around, are they? They are. Reverse ops has just kicked in again. That was unfortunate. Now we miss all the heavies for the afternoon.
Good to go on YouTube.
Yeah.
Very good, brilliant job. Well done. I watch you all the time.
Nice one.
Thanks very much.
Talk to you again.
Brilliant program. Thank you.
G'day, Ryanair 3 Quebec Zulu. Surface wind is 120 degrees 6 knots, runway 10 left. Clear to land. Clear to land, runway 10 left, Ryanair 3 Quebec Zulu.
Go around.
Understood.
Target there in FI3 over
Sorry, I was adjusting the on-screen info so you had arrival info instead of departure info on the screen.
When ready, contact ground Tower North, area North 132580. 132.580, Ryanair 3 Quebec Zulu.
So next we have a Ryanair from Zagreb inbound. I've no
Ryanair
clue.
53 Romeo Kilo, surface wind 120 degrees at 4 knots, runway 10 left, clear to land.
Runway 10 left, clear to land, Ryanair 53 Romeo Kilo.
I've no clue why they went round. AA 777 overweight landing, possibly as it's a diversion, is it? Coming in here. So AA43 was Paris to JFK, just over a minute, diverting into Dublin. Now I don't know how this is going to work, obviously, because this isn't the big camera, so the focus on this one isn't really designed for this kind of light behind us and looking at the planes, but we'll see. This is Ryanair from Zagreb.
G'day, Gemstone 550 Kilo, you're number 1 now, runway 10 left, into the approach, surface wind is 1 left, and is count. Okay, take us back, Gemstone 550 Kilo. Ryanair 53 Romeo Kilo, vacate November 3, continue right onto taxiway November.
Vacating November 3, right November, Ryanair 53 Romeo Kilo. November 3, if you keep the speed up. Okay, will do.
Freddie, welcome.
Ryanair 53 Romeo Kilo, when vacated, contact ground on 125.885.
125, determination time, Ryanair 53 Romeo Kilo.
So ringmaster is, why would they be going reverse ops? So there has been a tailwind, it was a tailwind. It was only 3 or 4 knots. I imagine inbound aircraft reported a consistent tailwind on arrival, so they'll swap around. Little tray there, look at it. Only just seen it there, hiding with its mask, look. We have an ATR from Edinburgh next. Hope the triple doesn't have any wake turbulence from the ATR. David, afternoon. Oh, told you.
Right, getting 43 on the ILS, 10 left. American 43, good day, you're number 1 now, runway 10 left, into the approach, surface wind is 090 degrees 6 knots. Gemstone 550 Kilo, again, keep the speed up, vacate November 3, November to Kilo.
I don't see any emergency vehicle rollout just yet. This is the AA diversion, Paris to JFK, 777-200. We should also have our own Emirates triple shortly as well.
Indicated contact ground north 125.885, alright? 125.885, American 4-3, surface wind is 09 or 0 degrees 6, knots runway 10 left, clear to land. Clear to land 10 left, American 4-3. Rescue 17 and Rescue 13 from November 7 and proceed onto runway 10 left. November 7 and runway 10 left, Rescue 17, Rescue 13.
Full length to get stopped anyway.
American 4-3, vacate right November 1 and when vacated contact ground on 125.885. Confirm ops normal? Ops normal, confirming November 1 and then call Grande. Can you give me the frequency again? Certainly 125.885. American 4-3 on November 1 going to spend 314.
American 4-3, good afternoon. There is an operations vehicle just positioning in front of you shortly. You can follow them to stand.
Oh, the vehicle to the stand, American 4-3.
Operations 1 is in position now. Operations 1 and American 4-3, taxi November, left onto Foxtrot Outers and hold short link 4.
November, left onto Fox Outers, short link 4, operations 1 and American.
Germany 772, startup approved, QNH 1017, Express Code.
QNH 1017, startup approved, this is Germany 772.
No mention of anything on the frequency as to why. Our Ryanair go around from a few minutes ago on final now.
No, Rescue 17 and Rescue 13 vacate runway 10 left. Runway is clear and road is open.
Thank you, Rescue 13, Rescue 17 hold short of runway 10 left. Contact
Ian,
ground now
welcome.
125.885.
Hold short of runway 10 left, back to ground 125.85.
Fixer, they have been on 2.8s, and like I said when we started, it's jumping between a slight tailwind and a crosswind. Have a look.
Ryanair 3, Quebec Zulu, surface wind is...
I imagine we'll be on 2.8s again before the end of the stream.
Clear to land.
Dubjet, crystal ball. This aircraft went around just as they changed runways. It was the first arrival. Didn't get too close. It was an early call. Missed approach.
60 whiskey established and this one, civil left. KLM 63 whiskey, continually approach on my 10 left, surface wind of 10 degrees and 5 knots. The approach, KLM 63 whiskey. Ryanair 3 Quebec Zulu, vacate November 3, continue left then, November to Kilo.
Vacating at November 3, then left on November, continue on the Kilo, Ryanair 3 Quebec Zulu.
Ryanair 3 Quebec Zulu, contact ground 125.885.
Contact ground 125.885, Ryanair 3 Quebec Zulu.
KLM 63 Whiskey, surface wind is 110 degrees at 5 knots, runway 10 left, clear to land. 10 left, clear to land, KLM 63 Whiskey.
Mystic Meg. No, I'm the long lost cousin. Septic Peg. Tractor. KLM Wookie from Amsterdam.
Shamrock 43 Romeo, ILS 10 left, 5.5. Hey, Shamrock 43 Romeo, number 2, runway 10 left, continue, surface wind is 100 degrees, 6 knots. Continue approach, Shamrock 43 Romeo.
Got us some reverser Wookie.
KLM 63 Whiskey, vacate November 3 and then right onto taxiway November.
November 3 is items, taxiway November.
KLM 63 Whiskey, when vacated, contact ground on 125.885. Bye-bye.
25.
Retreating blade. Fixer DNR rail. Hello to you all.
885, KLM 63 Whiskey. Have a good
In
day.
the hiding in there. Obviously, we're ignoring what's behind it.
43
But
Romeo,
Air Transat.
00 degrees 6 knots, runway 10 left, clear to land.
Runway 10 left, clear to land. Shamrock 43 Romeo.
Aer Lingus from Milan next to land. More Wookie. We're getting spoiled today. Septic Peg.
Charlie 10 left.
Hey, Ryanair 76 Juliet Charlie, you're just number 1 now, runway 10 left, continue, surface wind is 120 degrees at 5 knots.
Continue Ryanair 76 Juliet Charlie.
Shamrock 43 Romeo, vacate November 3, continue right onto November.
November 3 right, November, Shamrock 43 Romeo.
May, hope you're well.
Shamrock 43 Romeo, when vacated, contact ground on 125.885.
125.885,
David says, how can I ignore the beautiful winglets? With great ease. William, afternoon.
Runner 76 Juliet Charlie, surface wind 130 degrees at 5 knots, runway 10 left, clear to land. And 130 at 5, clear.
So Ryanair from Stansted next to land. Dean's floppy sock, mimicking the real life thing and pointing sideways. Birds.
Good evening, Shamrock 9 Mike Romeo. We're fully established island 10.
Hey, Shamrock 9 Mike Romeo, number 1 now, runway 10 left, continue the approach, surface wind is 130 degrees 6 knots.
So, Shamrock 9 Mike Romeo.
Ryanair 76 Juliet Charlie, vacate November 3, continue right onto November.
Vacate on November 2, right on to November, Ryanair 76 Juliet Charlie.
Thank you, Ryanair 76 Juliet Charlie. When vacated, contact ground on 125.885, away.
125.885, Ryanair 76 Juliet Charlie.
Aer Lingus A330 from Las Vegas.
Shamrock 9er Mike Romeo, surface wind 120 degrees 6 knots, runway 10 left, clear to land.
Clear to land 10 left, Shamrock 9 Mike Romeo.
Dinara, hello to you.
Emirates 161 heavy, our number 2, runway 10 left, continue, and the surface wind is 120 degrees 6 knots.
Number 2, 10 left, continue.
Huh? Should have brought me earplugs. Emirates 777 next after this.
Shamrock 9 Mike Romeo, vacate November 3, then right on to November.
November 3, right on to November, Shamrock 9 Mike Romeo.
Here's Shamrock 9 Mike Romeo. When vacated, contact ground north 125.885, alright?
25885, one vacate, Shamrock 9 Mike Romeo.
EK 161 from Dubai.
Emirates 161, surface wind is 110 degrees at 4 knots, runway 10 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 10 left, Emirates 161.
Dublin Tower, hello, good day, Santos 30 Delta Kilo, Iris 10 left.
Contact 30 Delta Kilo, good afternoon, continue the approach to number 1.
Number 1, continue, 30 Delta.
Jack, hello to you.
Emirates 161 vacate, right transit on taxi November, contact ground 125885, bye-bye.
Taxi November 125, this one I did.
Contact 30 Kilo, surface wind check is 1330 degrees 8 knots from a 10 left,
Runway 10 left, Sanders, 30 Delta Kilo, thank you.
Mashed? No, we heard no more. Pegasus 321 Neo from Istanbul.
Hello, Sherman 205, high left, 10 left, 5 months.
Sherman 205, good afternoon, continue the approach, it's just becoming number 1, surface wind check 1330 degrees 7 knots, continue.
Okay, Sherman 205.
We have an XLR next in from Manchester as well, Aer Lingus.
Contact 30 Delta Kilo, vacate right turn please November 3, continue right to join taxiway November.
Gateway right November 3, then turn right November 30 Delta Kilo.
On today's version of Crows harassing Hawkeye. Dogfight ongoing.
Mark 205, surface wind check is 1330 degrees 8 knots from a 10 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 10 left, Sherman 205.
Contact 30 Delta Kilo, contact ground 125.885, bye-bye.
125.885, bye-bye,
So EIXLT from Manchester.
Hello, Shamrock 3488, Douglas Island, 10 left, 1 mile. Hello, 3488, good afternoon. You continue the approach. You're number 1 now. The wind check is 1330 degrees at 8 knots. approach, Shamrock 342. Shamrock 205, vacate November 3, continue right, taxiway November.
November 3, right November, Shamrock 205.
Shamrock 34, Juliet surface wind check is 120 degrees 8 knots, runway 10 left, clear to land. Clear to land, 10 left, Shamrock.
Paul Attenborough over on 10 left. We need our ducks back. Where's our ducks? We have a couple of hours to go. We might get there. Aer Lingus from Zurich. This day next week. I will already be in Zurich at this time.
Shamrock 205, contact ground 125.885. Good afternoon.
125.855, Shamrock 2055. Shamrock 305, good evening, Alicia, Iris 10 left, 56.45 now.
Shamrock 3 Golf Mike, good afternoon. You can see the approach number 1, wind check is 120 degrees 8 knots. Thank you.
Approach number 1, Shamrock 305.
Shamrock 34, Juliet, vacate November 3, continue right, taxiway November. November 3, right, taxiway November, Shamrock
Rebel.
34, Juliet.
Hello.
Shamrock 34, Juliet, contact ground 125.885. Bye-bye. 125.885, Shamrock 34, Juliet, bye. Shamrock 3 Golf Mike, surface wind check is 120 degrees 7, runway 10 left, clear to land.
Shamrock 3 Golf Mike.
Yeah, Mark. Darling wife's birthday. So, don't think I'll be doing any of that. On the Sunday though, I may bring the camera with me for the Sunday on the way back and get a couple of pictures at the airport before we come home. Aer Lingus EIDW from Munich 321 Neo.
Runner 96 Golf, good afternoon. You can see the approach or shorty number 1, wind check 120 degrees 7 knots. Mark 3 Golf Mike, vacate. And November 3, continue right, taxiway November.
November 3 and right on November 5, formation 230 on 5 on the short final, Summer 3 Golf November 5.
Sorry, you said it was 230 degrees, is it at 5 knots, is it?
Have I blagged some spotting time in far away? No.
Thank you. Thank you, boy. Mark 3 Golf Mike, ground 125, bye. Ryanair 96 Golf, surface wind check is 130 degrees 5, from May 10 left, clear to land.
Runway 10 left, Ryanair 96.
The secret too. a successful marriage is to know when not to push your luck. The amount of time I spend here doing this anyway, could you imagine if I said, you know on that week's holiday we're going on? Yeah, well, I'm going to go to the airport one of the days. Yeah, sure you are. As she checks the travel insurance to see if it covers air ambulance, so she knows if she can hurt me in a foreign country.
Hey, sorry, good afternoon. 12 Mike Mike, establish and get us 10 left.
1012 Mike Mike, good afternoon. You can see the approach. You are just becoming number 1. Ryanair 96 Golf, vacate November 3, then continue left turn, please on taxiway November.
Lorenzo and Bruce, welcome along.
November 3, November, Ryanair 96 Golf.
Confirm left turn on taxi November to hold on kilo, and
Medevac would be cool, I could live stream it.
November 3 to hold on kilo, 1 to 5885, Ryanair 96 Golf.
Runway 12 Mike Mike, surface wind check, 140 degrees 7 knots, runway 10 left, clear to
I
land.
don't know whether I'm going to be able to get it or not, but I have to try. King of the hill. I also like to live dangerously. He sees me on the roof of the van, he goes, I can do that too, look. Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. We won't see the falling, it's okay. Ryanair from Gatwick next.
Solo and retrieval charges, we are fully established at 8 months.
No, I'm going to be honest with you, I wouldn't even ask.
Continue the approach, you are number 2, surface wind check 182.
I get
5 knots.
I get enough license to do this when I want to without stepping in on a family holiday, so
Runway 12 Mike Mike, vacate November 3, then continue left to on taxiway November.
November 3, left turn to taxiway November, that is right. 2 Mike Mike.
he was on his, the cow was on his move. Oh, these are as bad as me.
Ryanair 12 Mike Mike, continue taxiway kilo, hold on kilo, contact ground 125.885, bye-bye.
See the taxiway kilo and contact ground 125.885, 1 Mike Mike, bye-bye.
Ryanair 31 Charlie Delta, surface wind check is 190 degrees 5 knots, runway 10 left, clear to land.
Freddie, that is the perfect definition of it, really. Give her everything she wants, and she takes everything anyway. I think. I'm only joking. She'd kill me if she ever watched one of these. You'd never hear from me again. I am very lucky. At the beginning, I don't think
Thank you. Good afternoon. You can see the approach to number 2.
she understood
0 degrees at
why I was doing it. But as I've explained to yourselves, it's a a relief thing, something to turn up. And obviously, yes, streaming can be stressful, but it takes your mind off everything else. And I think once she realised that, it was okay. Because at the beginning I was just a weirdo who was going to the airport a lot, you know. Became a weirdo that bought a van so he could stand on the roof of it at the airport.
Charlie Delta vacate November 3, continue right taxi in November.
November 3 and right on November in 27.
Minus 3, Charlie Delta, contact ground 125.885, bye.
So no 125.885 minutes.
Frank, hello to you.
Surface wind check is 182 degrees 5 knots, May 10
May,
left clear land.
sorry to hear that. We had a husky, and she had obviously very severe and early onset as well form of arthritis, and same as that, we were lucky we did have insurance. It helped cover some of it, but not all of it, for the monthly meds or the monthly injections she needed to keep her going. Lux Aviation from Southampton next. Some good sirs on board.
So 550 off, good afternoon, continue the approach to number 2, wind check is 182 degrees at 5 knots.
No noise off it at all. Mad.
Lonix 90 Romeo Sierra, vacate November 3, and from November 3, left turn please to join taxiway November.
Left November 3, left turn to join November.
Dave Flynn, how do? A330 on taxi, Southside. Rebel, we made that mistake with Rocky. Either myself or my eldest son Eric stayed downstairs with him for the first couple of weeks just to get him accustomed. Like there was 2 other dogs there at the time, but I think he ended up more dependent on you being there than anything else.
125.885.
Sorry, 125.885 by contract, gotcha.
And mate, look, at the end of the day, they're part of the family. We always do everything we can for them. Malta Air has departed and taxied to the south side. Oh dear, what a shame.
Surface wind check 160 degrees 5 knots. Continue.
Continue.
321 Neo. Oh, it's an XLR. EI XLR from Barcelona. So you can see the landing lights built into the underneath of the extended tank on the XLR, whereas wing mounted on the 321 Neos. We are going to see
Mark 5, vacate November 3, continue
ops
right
change
taxi
again,
November.
look.
Number 3 right November, number 5 copy.
So 5 contact ground 125.885 about.
125.885, 75 copy.
So 38 Delta surface wind check 160 degrees 5, runway 10 left here to land.
Okay, left, little down. Sure, that's all.
ATR inbound from Manchester. It's Fav. I think, and I probably said this recently, obviously, with our elder boy leaving us. Dogs have us for their whole lives. We only have them for a brief part of ours, and I think that's very unfair. I don't know.
Gemstone 23 Charlie, good afternoon. Continue the approach, year number 2.
Your approach number 2, Gemstone 23 Charlie.
I'm the same as that. Don't think I could ever see myself without a dog. But it does wear on you.
Gemstone 38 Delta, vacate November 3, left turn taxiway November.
Vacate November 3, left turn taxiway November, just here in the top.
Gemstone 38 Delta, continue November. And on taxiway Kilo, hold on taxiway Kilo, contact ground 125.885, bye-bye.
Delta Kilo, 125.885, bye-bye.
Gemstone 23 Charlie, surface wind check is 230 degrees 5 knots, MA 10 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 10 left, Gemstone 23 Charlie.
ATR inbound from Glasgow next. May, there's been no word. We just seen on flight radar it was diverting to Dublin. We listened on the approach frequency and the ground frequency. We didn't hear anything. If we see it departing in the next little while, it was likely a medical on board. These buildings here. You've heard me. Hello. Nice. XF convertible. Nice. You've seen me heard me talk about these buildings that block my reception from my ADSB receiver at home, and they're adding another one. Yeah. So, on my receiver at home, I lose them now at about 100 or 150 feet because of the buildings when they're on reverse ops.
723 Charlie, continue on taxiway. Kilo, hold on, Kilo, contact ground 125, that's not 885, bye-bye.
Continue taxi, Kilo, hold on, Kilo, taxi, contact ground 125, 885,
ERB, afternoon.
Air number 643, establishing the ILS 10 left 5 miles.
Number 643, good afternoon to you, surface wind check 220 degrees 8 knots, runway 10 left, clear to land.
Clear to land 10 left from my 64.
We have Aer Lingus from Prague next. Don't know whether I'm going to be able to get this or not.
Quebec Kilo, good
No.
afternoon, continue the approach, your number 2, surface wind check is 210 degrees at 8 knots.
2 crossing upper.
The height already, look at that.
Vacate November 3, continue right onto taxiway November.
So get November 3 right on November, somewhere 643.
ERB, it's just sunny and clean for a change. Even the part where I am here now, thankfully, during the winter, the ground where I'm parked here does be slop. It's an entrance to an unused gateway. But it's almost looking like dry cement powder today.
643, contact ground 125, decimal 885, bye-bye.
125, 885,
Flight 172, hello from a sunny far away. Nice. Cows are all lying down. That's bad for me, isn't it?
159, good afternoon. Continue the approach, you're number 1 now.
The approach number 1, 7159.
And a 7 Quebec Kilo vacate, November 3, continue right taxi in November.
Number 3 and right on November, right hand, 7 Quebec Kilo.
Johnny, how do?
Kilo, contact ground 125, 885,
Grand 12 5 right hand, 7 Quebec Kilo, bye.
159,
ERB.
24, degrees 7, only
Stuck on the
10
wet
left,
chest
land.
too.
Land,
It is WestJet, but
land, 719.
Dean called it wet chest once by mistake and it's just stuck, didn't it? Oh, okay. Right. Stand by. I don't know whether I'm going to get this. This bag is annoying me. Sheep scissors. Goodbye. Don't come back till I'm finished. Aer Lingus A320neo from Heathrow next.
Ryanair 214 Yankee, bye-bye. Today Ryanair 214 Yankee, your number 1 now, runway 10 left, continue, surface wind is 220 degrees and 6 knots.
220, tailwind.
Come on, 159, vacate November 3 and right onto November. November 3 and right, November, Channel 159. Here, Channel 159. Let's vacate, contact ground on 125, decimal 885. 5885, Channel 159, bye. Ryanair 214 Yankee, surface winds 200 degrees 6 knots, runway 10 left, clear to land. Into 10 left, Ryanair 214 Yankee.
Ryanair from Riga will be our next arrival.
Tower Republic Europe 71 Papa, establish 10 left, 6 miles. Lecture 71 Papa today, your number 1 now, runway 10 left, continue the approach, surface wind is 200 degrees 7 knots. Continue flex Europe 71 Papa, 10 left.
7 knot tailwind now for arrivals. FlexJet Praetor next in.
Nine after 14 Yankee. 9 at 214 Yankee. Apologies, right onto taxiway November. Contact ground on 125.885. And to the right, November, INR to 14 Yankee, and with the ground on 121. The simulator, have a good one, INR to 14 Yankee. FlexJet 71 Papa, surface wind is 210 degrees at 8 knots from my 10 left, clear to land. You have to land the 10 left, temperature 71 Papa.
8 knot tailwind. He's lost his plane.
Hello, Shamrock 6 Charlie Echo, we're established. ILS 10 left, going back with me. Shamrock 6 Charlie Echo, today your number 2, runway 10 left, continue. Shamrock 6 Charlie Echo.
Remember, around 10 knots will be the turning point. This will end up as departures again.
Someone pop, would you make November 4? Okay, November 4, for sure.
Qatar should be due in and out during the stream, depending on what runway we're going to be on.
Foxtrot Outer, and short Link 6, for sure, Papa. Q fraction 71 Papa, contact ground, north now 125.885. 125.855, for sure, 71 Papa, bye. 125.885. 125.885, thank you, bye.
I have two things to do before my time in the airport ends when I retire. One is drive one of those huge Aer Lingus tugs that they use, the flat ones for the 330s. And two, grass cutting.
Thanks, $63 November, your number 2, only 10 left, continue. Surface wind is 190 degrees at 6 knots. Continue for 10 left, then reduce the speed 164.
Aer Lingus from Vienna.
Shamrock 6 Charlie Echo, vacate November 3, continue right onto November. November 3 right, November, Shamrock 6 Charlie Echo. Shamrock 6 Charlie Echo, thank you. When vacated, contact ground on 125.885, bye-bye. 5885, Shamrock 6 Charlie Echo, bye-bye.
I want one. What are they called? Is it the JCB? The JCB tractors with the flat tracks on them. Say it'd be fun to have a go on one of them. Fast tracks, isn't that what they're called? JCB fast track.
Tyler 63 November, surface wind is 190 degrees 6 knots from me 10 left.
Stellair inbound from Liverpool. EINGX. This has done a lot of movements the last couple of days in and around Dublin and Weston. We have enough lights anyway.
Gemstone 13 uniform, your
Pilatus
number 2,
PC12.
left, continue, surface wind is 200 degrees 7 knots. City Gemstone 13 uniform. Stellar 63 November, will you make November 4? Confirm, Stellar 63 November. Stellar 63 November, vacate November 4, then right onto November. Enter runway 16, but hold short of Whiskey 4. Right on November, hold short November 4, right onto runway 16, hold short November 4, Stellar 63 November.
Farmer says, Paul, 3 months of grass cutting ahead of me. You're welcome to come down for a day or two.
Whiskey 4, Stellar. Stellar 63 November, contact ground north now, 125.885, bye-bye. 125.88.
Who's on for a grass cutting live stream?
Uniform, surface wind is 220 degrees at 7 knots, runway 10 left, clear land.
Jose, welcome to you. Yeah, Ford says JCB fast track. What's the date of my retirement? So,
46 Bravo, Alpha 5,
I will have my mandatory 30 done at the age of 51.
Bravo Alpha, continue the approach, number 2, left on the surface wind is
November of that year. So I'm 44 this year, so 7 years in November. You know damn well that Will lad, he'll prevent me retiring. He'll be in college costing me a fortune or something like that. But yeah, we'll see. ATR from the Isle of Man.
One for uniform, vacate November 3, then continue November to Kilo. For 3, for Kilo, just so much for uniform.
Payment is negotiable. Farm Simulator 2026.
Stepstone 1 for uniform, continue now November to Kilo, contact ground 5885. Continue on Kilo and then on to, sorry, November to Kilo and then 15885. Right now, 46 Bravo Alpha, surface wind is 190 degrees at 10, knots away 10 left, clear to land. Runway 10 left, clear down, we're on 46 Bravo Alpha.
Sorry, hello, Jet from 52 Bravo Sierra, please stop at left, 10 left, 6.5 miles.
Hey, Gemstone 53 Bravo Sierra, number 1 now, runway 10 left, continue, surface wind is 190 degrees at 10 knots.
Norwegian from Copenhagen. Toblerone advertisement on the back of it. ERB, I've no clue. Like 7 years from now. 7 years ago, I could probably never have imagined myself doing this in the first place, so who knows where we'll be. You'll all have forgotten about me by then.
Red now 46 Bravo Alpha, vacate November 3, and then it's a right turn onto taxiway November. 46 Bravo Alpha. Okay, right now 46 Bravo Alpha, but vacate contact ground on 125, that's 885, bye-bye.
So vacate the 125.
Gemstone 53 Bravo Sierra, surface wind is 150 degrees at 8 knots, runway 10 left, clear to land.
Runway 10 left, clear to land, Gemstone 53 Bravo Sierra.
ATR
Yeah, very good day, Gemstone A1 Alpha with you established 109.
from Edinburgh.
Gemstone 81 Alpha, good day, number 2, runway 10 left, continue, the wind is 140 degrees 7. Give us Gemstone A1 Alpha.
Ever ask a pirate what their favourite plane is, they'll always get stuck on one of these.
Gemstone 53 Bravo Sierra, vacate November 3, then left November to Kilo.
Vacate November 3 left, up to November, and then Kilo, Gemstone 53 Bravo Sierra.
Thank you, Gemstone 53 Bravo Sierra, when vacated, contact ground on 125, decimal 885.
Once vacated, ground 125, Gemstone 53 Bravo Sierra, bye.
Not a patch on a tree.
Alpha, surface wind 150 degrees at 5.
You're just parroting someone else's
Clear to land.
comments.
Clear to land, runway 10 left.
See what I did? 7 years from now, Paul will be a multi-millionaire and we'll all be living in a purpose-built housing development on a plot of land at the airport called Dubville. Posty next, in from Bristol. Announced early in the week that Emirates Airlines have postponed the start of their summer schedule due to maintenance requirements. So, not increasing their frequencies just at this point due to mandatory maintenance. Sure, we believe you.
Then you can see there now from November 7 into runway 10 left, it's now public gate. Rescue 17. Go for Rescue 17. Rescue 17, enter runway 10 left, listen out, report vacating. Enter 10 left, listening out, report vacating, Rescue 17.
I'm going to slowly meet my end. Look out!
Gemstone 81 Alpha, vacate November 3, then left November Kilo. November 3, left November Kilo, Gemstone.
Glenn, chat soon. Have we changed again? Right, give me 2 seconds. I'll have to log in and flip the screens around. That's how we roll. Might get a little jumpy for a second while I do this.
Vacated now on November. Gear Rescue 17. Runway 28 right will be active now with departures, and to hold short of runway 28 right, contact ground on 125, that's 885. 125 is 885, and contact short of 28 right. Ryanair 2218 from November 2, line up runway 28 right and wait. Mass departure just rolling now off runway 28 at 10 right.
November 2, line up and wait runway 28 right, Ryanair 2218.
Shamrock 1 Echo November, continue now November 1, hold short runway 28 right. November 1, hold short at 28 right, Shamrock 1 Echo November. And Shamrock 10, Mike, you follow company in November 1, hold short runway 28 right.
Okay, follow company, November 1, hold short 28 right, Shamrock 10, Mike. Ryanair 2218, surface wind is 230 degrees 7 knots, runway 28 right, clear takeoff of line. Runway 28 right, clear for takeoff, Ryanair 2218.
So, Ryanair to Manchester.
David 8 Echo Romeo, you fully ready for departure? David 8 Echo Romeo. David 8 Echo Romeo continues November 2 when able, then from November 2 line up runway 28 right and wait. Fine, November 2 line for wait, right and wait to 8 Echo Romeo. Shamrock 1 Echo November, from November 1 line up runway 28 right and wait. Stand by for release, Speedbird will be departing ahead of you from an intermediate point. That's copy by November 1 line up runway 28 right and 1 Echo November.
William, we were getting the odd Dash 8 as well, coming in with Widerøe or Luxair.
120 degrees 7 knots from a 28 right, clear
But
takeoff.
during the summer schedule, I think today's Luxair is a 737 and the Widerøe is an E195 E2 Embraer. BA to Heathrow. lined up ahead of the A330 to Toronto. That's Eddie, recently transferred over from the Manchester base.
November, surface wind is 130 degrees at 6 knots from me. 28 right, clear takeoff, right.
Clear takeoff, 28 right, Shamrock 1, Echo November.
Shamrock 10 Mike from November 1, line up runway 28 right and wait.
Sorry, November 1, wait, 28 right, Shamrock 10 Mike.
DS, thank you very much. We have LRB lined up, going to Newark, 321 Neo. Kevin, how do?
Mike, surface wind is 140 degrees 8 knots from me 28 right, clear takeoff, right.
The Banda,
Clear takeoff, 28 right, Shamrock
excellent
1.
camera work. You're getting good at this zoom and all. It's only taken me 3 years.
No, sorry, continue November 2, hold short on runway 28 right.
Continue on November 2 to hold short on the 28 right, Ryanair 9 Hotel Charlie.
It would be grand if it was consistent and you were in the same spot all the time and you could use the same settings on the tripod. But we're jumping between being on the pillars, being on the mound, being on the van, being on the ground, Horizon Hill, and it's very hard getting the tripod dialed in each time.
Fine, Ryanair 9er Hotel Charlie from November 2, line up runway
The
28 right
tripods,
and wait.
obviously, they're fluid based, so they also react to the weather conditions.
Ryanair 9er Hotel Charlie, surface wind 120 degrees 8, knots 28 right, clear takeoff right. Clear for takeoff runway 28 right from Ryanair 9er Hotel Charlie.
Wookie, we heard that Wookie on landing. Ryanair to Stansted.
Shamrock 16 Yankee from November 2, line up runway 28 right and wait.
Number 2, line up away 28 right, Shamrock.
Shamrock 16 Yankee, surface wind 110 degrees 7, knots runway 28 right, clear takeoff.
Off to it right, Shamrock 16 Yankee, yes.
Stop by. KLM 1140, continue November 2, hold short runway 28 right. Continue November 2, hold short 28 right, KLM 1140. Ryanair 23 Victor Delta, continue November 2.
Aer Lingus
runway
320
28 right.
Neo to Heathrow. Yeah, so fluid head tripods are designed for video and for specifically for smoothing out panning manoeuvres.
KLM 1140 from November 2 now.
Hello.
November 2 line up 28 right.
You appear to have a problem with your exhaust. And that's literally all we're doing when we're watching like this is we're panning side to side, so the smoother you can get it, the better. But when it's colder, obviously in the head of the tripod, the fluid is stiffer. We could say the term viscosity, but yeah. So during the winter months, you're kind of fighting against the tripod because the fluid inside isn't as mobile. Kind of like my own joints. Anyway, KLM Wookie to Amsterdam. Larry, how do?
Surface wind is 130 degrees 7 knots, runway 28 right, clear takeoff, point. Clear takeoff, to 1140, bye-bye. Bye.
Alistair, welcome.
Ryanair 23 Victor Delta from November 2, line up with 28 right and wait. Flight November 2 landed from Wales 28 right, and then 23 Victor Delta. Jetstar 42 Delta, taxi November 2, but hold short of runway 28 right. Taxi November 2 and hold short of 28 right, understood, yeah. November 2 is okay, and report fully ready. November 2, we'll go down from 42.
Your man had a problem, could have heard it in Kildare. Well, they said hello, so that'd be nice.
923 Victor Delta, surface wind is 130 degrees at 8 knots from me. 28 right, clear to take off. Right. 28 right, clear to take off, 23 Victor Delta away.
Ryanair.exe to Liverpool. United 757 on taxi.
42 Delta fully ready. Huge Jefferson 42 Delta from November 2, line up from my 28 right. From November 2, line up from my 28 right, Jefferson 42 Delta. Stop by, please.
Sorry.
Jefferson 42 Delta, the surface wind is 120 degrees 8 knots, runway 28 right, clear to take off. Right. Take off, runway 28 right.
Jose, hello to you. ATR to Donegal.
United 316, any preference for November 2 or November 1?
What's full length, United 316?
United 316, continue in November 1 from November 1, line up from 28 right.
November 1, I'm waiting to be right, United 316.
May Carcass channel is on YouTube. Cavan Bird Feeder. I'd say post a link, but he'd get banned. Bandit, we've figured out that's on the ATR when they change the power mode from takeoff to climb. That's when we start seeing the props turning. So whatever RPM takeoff or pitch RPM takeoff is at, it's perfectly synced to the frame rate or the shutter speed of the camera, and then when they jump to takeoff power, or sorry, climb power, that's when we start to see the movement again. So our United 757 operating United 316 to Newark, EWR.
Surface wind 120.6, runway 28, right, take off. Have a good day.
Give me right, clear for takeoff, United 316.
Yankee Zulu continues to November 1, from November 1, line up for runway 28 right.
November 1 and from November 1, line up runway 8 right. 466.
Hey, fam. The heavy just departed, so it'll be another minute if you go from November 2, or you can go immediately from November 1. Any preference?
November 1, that's fine right now.
Okay, yeah, November 1, line up runway 28 right.
Ryanair to Birmingham.
Right.
It's Carcass Stream CGI. There'll be no more CGI for the rest of the year after we gave Simon a loan for his Anchorage scenery, so we're all out.
Yankee Zulu to surface wind.
Pack base, Gary, how do? Tis the 1st of May.
Have a good day.
Runway 28 right, clear for takeoff for airport. Thanks to do.
Boom, boom, boom. 1 litre Saya the Beta being bounced down the road by its speakers. Nah, man, we do. So obviously Dublin during the daytime will operate parallel runways. They'll never land and taken off on the same runway, except for the rare occasion like we saw a couple of weeks ago and we were here for it. So depending on the conditions or the way things are or where the best viewing is going to be, I decide whether we're doing takeoffs or landings. So this afternoon, because I'm starting later in the day, all the heavies will be outbound. So that was the plan for outbound here. Now, we've changed runways twice while we were here. We started off on departures, it went to arrivals, and we're back to departures again. But yeah, so the likes of during the summer, if we're at the pillars and they're on 2-8 operations, the sun is very intense there. It kind of ruins the quality of the picture. And it does obviously mess with my OCD a little. The mound viewing area, obviously, during the summer would give great footage for landings, but it's just that road noise.
November 2 and via November 2, line up and wait 28 right, good day, line up 5141.
Like we did stream from the mound earlier in the week and my head was absolutely frazzled after it, just because with the way my hearing is, the background noise is all I hear. Every little rotation of the tyre across those 6 shores that are right in front of the mound. But in saying that, it is some of the best views. Obviously, if I can use the van on this side and get above the fence line, I do. But this place is always windy. So A330, after having a sleep in front of the hangar, coming out to play. We'll be towed over to the gate and loaded up.
Ryanair 5151, surface wind is 13 degrees at 5 knots, runway 28 right, clear takeoff away. Careful takeoff, 28 right, high now, 5
The sun in Dublin can ruin the footage, yeah, on the one day of summer that we have. Ryanair lined up for Glasgow. Told you all. Summer was on a Friday this year. Last Friday.
On the start, we continue to November 1, hold short, runway 28 right. November 1, hold short, 28 right, we'll go Shamrock 6 or off. Ryanair 1 Tango Quebec, the Shamrock ahead, he was on a slightly earlier stop, but still early for the moment, so you follow that traffic to November 1, hold short, runway 28 right. Follow traffic to holding point or November 1, the old short of running to 28 right, 1 Tango wrong. 1 Tango. Frame Ryanair 1 Tango back. So that's November 1, hold short, runway 28 right.
Jerry,
November
thank
1,
you very
hold
much.
Short, 28 right,
Good to see you.
Tango.
May, I do on occasion, especially if I'm on the pillars and they're on reverse ops, I will always have one of those little earplugs in the good ear just to protect it, because with only one that works properly, don't want to be risking it.
Shamrock 6 are gone from November 1, line up from way 28 right. From November 1, line up from way 28 right, Shamrock 6 are gone.
Cargo bins on the long route of the perimeter road. So Aer Lingus to Amsterdam, followed by Ryanair to Malaga.
Surface wind 160 degrees 4 knots, runway 28 right, clear takeoff. Bye.
Clear takeoff to 8 right, Shamrock 6, takeoff. Good day.
Fingers crossed now we get rid of this low pressure system. It's going to create a couple of showers over the weekend after the bank holiday. Don't get me wrong, it's still pleasant. Like it's not as warm as you think it is.
From November 1, line up runway 28 right and wait.
But it's not
From November 1, line up runway 28 to 85 by 901, Tango, Quebec.
winter Onion Man lair weather. Sorry. Scary. How do? Johnny. Hello as well. So Ryanair to Malaga. Pegasus on taxi for departure. Yeah, Onion Man won't be seen now probably till October, November. It's just budgie smugglers the whole way through till then.
Tango, Quebec, surface wind 230 degrees 6 knots, runway 289, clear takeoff. Have a good day.
Line 28 right, clear for takeoff. Ryanair 1, Tango, Quebec. Bye bye.
We've an A330 on taxi for Orlando, and the diverted 777 AA is also pushed back, ready to depart to JFK. So obviously just medical emergency on board, I imagine. Short turnaround in Dublin. Yeah, on occasion we've had meetups, all right. So we had, obviously, the first big meetup we had was to celebrate 10k subscribers. John even came over from Manchester for that one. John's been over a few times. The mods and myself have met up a couple of times at the Pillars over the last 2 years as well. The problem you have with meeting up here at the airport is, where do you all park? There's nothing other than the mound. There's nowhere really that actually has proper parking. So if you were to all descend on the Pillars, you're just blocking a road. Pegasus lined up for Istanbul. Raymond in Cork, welcome back. Hope you're well.
Central wind is 230, 7 up, runway 28 right, clear takeoff, right. Clear for takeoff, runway clear, start contact, 158.
Noosh. Hello.
Lawrence 92 Romeo Sierra, taxi to number 2, line up runway 28 right. Okay, good night. Tarmac 12 Whiskey, when the exec jet is clear, you'll be lining up now to your left. When the traffic is clear, you continue November 1.
Roger, when traffic is clear in front of us, clear to line up, clear to November 1. Are we clear to line up as well, please? Tarmac 12 Whiskey.
Tarmac 12 Whiskey then from November 1, line up from 28 right. And
Gary, thank you very much. Gary is after gifting 5 memberships. Much appreciated.
Lennox 92 Romeo Sierra, surface wind is 240 degrees, 10 knots, runway 28 right, clear takeoff. Have a good day.
Yes, Gary. That'd be a excuse the term. That'd be a hard pass from me. Oh. Sirs, off to Farnborough. We've seen this land a little while ago.
Firm short side November Papa. Number 5 November Papa from November 2, line up from 28 right.
Side November 2, line up from 28 right, Tarmac 5 November Papa.
Number 12 Whiskey again, continue to line up runway from November 1. There will be company traffic to the pass from an intermediate point ahead.
You line up place from November 1 and understand company departure in mid-March, Tarmac 12.
Yeah. Look how high it is though, look. Get on. I was going to work yesterday evening. I am in work this evening as well. I was going to work yesterday evening and I was going on the bike and I'd left I just washed the kind of moisture wicking top I wear on the bike under the gear, and I was taking it out of the dryer, but I came downstairs with my bike trousers on, topless, and Will just goes, "Is this what we do now, Dad?" I was like, wow, okay. And then I told him he better get used to the thong speedo I have for the week in Portugal.
November 1, hold short, runway 28 right. November 1, hold short, 28 right.
Much appreciated, Gary. Told you it was a long drive. So, those cargo containers heading over to the west apron, but they have to go via the outer perimeter road currently, which is all the way around the outskirts of the airport. That's why they're building the underpass under runway 1634. So traffic can just drive under the runway without having to do the full loop around the airfield. A330 lined up for Orlando.
Surface wind is 250 degrees 10 knots from a 28 right, clear takeoff, bye-bye. Clear takeoff, 28 right, charm off 1250, thank you, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Had to make a sales call to a campground and got there, discovered there was it was a nudist park. No, I'm all good, thanks. I'll just stand at the gate. EIFNG to Orlando.
147 from November 1, line up runway 28 right.
November 1, line up runway 28 right, channel 147.
Gemstone 33 Sierra, taxi to November 2, hold short, runway 28 right. November 2, hold short, 28 right, Gemstone 33 Sierra. And Ryanair 20 Hotel, follow the ATR ahead you, left November 2, but hold short, runway 28 right. For the ATR ahead, November 2.
Diverted AA 777-200 on the taxiway. Diverted in, it was Paris to JFK. It's now going to be Dublin to JFK after it landed here. Scary, thank you very much. Gifting a membership. For some reason, and I don't know why, but it's not holding at the top of the chat like it normally does. You notice that? When someone normally gifts or celebrates a milestone, it sits at the top underneath the word live chat. It's not doing that today. So don't hold it against me if I miss that. This is EIXLU off to Bridgetown, BGI.
Number 1, 3 X-ray from November 1, line up, runway 28 right and wait. 3 X-ray, fly November 1, line up 28 right and wait. Base surface wind 250 degrees 11 knots, runway 28 right, clear takeoff. Runway.
EILRD off to Windsor Locks. Obviously, there are folk out there that are less inhibited by the shackles of normality. But yeah, no, it's not something I'd be able to do now. Walk around in the birthday suit around strangers.
Zone 33 Sierra from November 2, line up from my 28 right. Zone 33 Sierra, surface wind there, 4 degrees 10 knots, runway 28 right, clear takeoff. Runway. Clear takeoff.
ATR to Exeter.
Hotel from November 2, line up from my 28 right and wait. What's the more to line up by 28 right, fine, you know, 2 still.
We have a couple of ATR pilots that watch the channel. Must find out off them if this point here that we're going to see in a second, where the props actually start moving against the frame rate, if that is the moment they're switching to climb power away from takeoff. Be interesting to know. At the moment, we're just guessing. Yeah, they've dropped off their containers and now they've the long drive back. Scary says, as I'm working on the lappy, I've put you on the telly. Please do not save. Okay. I don't think I ever do. Very rare, unless something goes horribly wrong. I've always been very mindful that we have younger people watching, so despite the way I am in person, I do control it quite well. Rinley, most welcome.
American in 4-3, sorry, was that you call?
Ryanair is lined up for Edinburgh.
Continue to November 1, hold short from 28 right. Continue November 1, hold short of 28 right, American 4-3.
Clarka says,
continue following you, American Airlines, you November 1, hold short from 28 right.
take off to climb, definitely the switch.
Rock 7 Lima X-ray, follow traffic ahead of you, November 1, hold short from 28 right. Follow
Have I
traffic
ever
ahead,
thought
November
about
1.
doing some documentary streams?
Shamrock 7 X-ray, you able November 2?
Oh,
April.
oh.
Okay, continue November 2, hold short from 28 right. Continue November 2, hold short 28 right, Shamrock 7 Lima X-ray. Ryanair 20 Hotel, surface wind is 250 degrees 8, knots from 28 right, clear takeoff away. Take off for away to your right, Ryanair 20 Hotel.
So, FR814 to Edinburgh. Ooh, look at this.
Very good afternoon, November 449 Charlie with you.
A330 from far away had a big nose up moment there. Don't think I got the camera around quick enough for it.
And good day, November 449 Charlie. Okay, one item rolling now, runway 28 right. Are you ready for departure? Yes, I'm fully ready. I think you would have Ryanair rolling 49 Charlie. Understood. Hey, November 449 Charlie. Behind the departing rolling airborne right there, just getting airborne now. Cross runway 28 right and hold the B in the tower. Thank you, sir. Behind the Ryanair, just on the roll right now. 28 right, hold short way back to the tower. Firm November 449 Charlie, squawk 0431.
Do we see it there? Probably not. Just the tail.
And November 449 Charlie, just quick, Aer Lingus A330 just landed now, runway 28 left, so cross runway 28 left, point, runway left. American 43 from
We missed our Airwolf moment.
Right and wait.
I was too busy looking at far away coming in.
Line up and wait, 28 right, American 43. Thank you, November 449 Charlie. Contact 1186 now for further instructions.
Yeah, ERB, it's not something that I've ever put much thought into. I don't. Like, don't get me wrong, I enjoy being live here and chatting with you all, and it's a shared knowledge. It's not my knowledge. It's a shared knowledge that I've acquired through chatting with you all. So I don't know. We get Ado and Dean to do a podcast, huh?
Be advised, 2 items tight in the slot to depart ahead of you. Back on 43 right. 776 Romeo Charlie, continue to November 2, hold short runway 28 right. November 2, hold short runway 20 right, 776 Romeo Charlie. Okay, fair, that's the hold short of runway 28 right.
So, diverted AA43 was Paris to JFK.
Shamrock.
Now Dublin to JFK. Oh, cheeky little intersect departure. I was watching RAF Lakenheath and an F-35 did a jump like that to miss a bird. Yeah, maybe. It was definitely a big nose-up moment, but I just couldn't get the camera on it quick enough.
Six Romeo Charlie from November 2, line up runway 28 right and wait.
Miss Emerald, that is the diversion. So, intersect departure to Bilbao. Another one. Poor AA. Obviously, all these would have to hold if the AA went ahead of them. So, still 3 minutes after an ATR though, because it's going to catch up with it fair quick. Rinley, on occasion, I do stream at the same time to Facebook, but we haven't done that in a while because Facebook were changing the way they store previous live streams. Like, I can live stream here, no bother, it'll be on YouTube forevermore. Facebook announced that they were deleting previous live streams after 30 days. What's the point then? I did contemplate for a while live streaming to Twitter/X as well, but their compression is shocking. Any video you upload there gets ruined. Plus then you'd be monitoring multiple chats while trying to operate a camera at the same time, so yeah, so Rinley, at the top there, hit the little settings cog and make sure you're on all messages, not top messages. So if you leave it on top messages when you're in the chat, you'll actually miss some messages from people. So as soon as you open a live stream, hit the little settings cog and make sure you're on live chat, and you'll see all the messages that are in there.
Wind is 250 degrees 11 knots, runway 28 right, clear takeoff. Thank you for that and have a good day. Clear for takeoff, 28 right. I get
Here we go.
43, get in.
AA 777.
November 989er from November 1. Runway 28 right and wait. November 1, line up away.
And obviously, depending on your connection,
Number 46 Papa, continue.
hit the settings cog for your quality.
Runway 28 right.
The stream is in 2K. Should you be able to support it?
Afternoon. Number 168, sequence November 2, hold short runway 28 right. Sequence November 2, hold short 28 right, so 168. Different. Ryanair 15 Echo Papa, taxi to the right, November 1, hold short runway 28 right. November 1, hold short to the right, Ryanair Airport. Alright, 9er surface wind is 250 degrees 5 knots, runway 28 right, clear takeoff. Thank you. 28 right, clear takeoff, Shamrock, 9er 9. Bye bye.
Ado. Hello. Considering this is all CGI.
46 Papa from November 2, line up runway 28 right and wait. Right, November 2, line up runway 28 right, Shamrock 46 Papa.
It's been a while since we had the That's Not Dublin Airport Brigade. Just because I wasn't using the mound. There's clearly a plane in the test bay. You can hear the high RPM noise even coming from the far side of the airport.
250 degrees 9 hour, and officer runway 28 right, clear takeoff, away. Clear for takeoff, Shamrock 46 Papa, Blackpool. John?
Mirror, welcome and thank you very much.
Shamrock 168 from November 2, line up runway 28 right and wait. November 2, line
I
up
have a really good graphics card on the PC at home and I'm sat beside it currently. And this is all just Microsoft Flight Simulator in Super HD.
Line up runway 28 right and wait. Stand by for release. Traffic departing coming into immediate point ahead of you. Let's copy to London White 28 right. Copy traffic runner 1 southern. Thank you. Signal 7 Charlie Bravo, taxi November 2, but hold short of runway 28 right. 615 from runway 28 right, taxi 7 Charlie Bravo. Shamrock 168, surface wind 250 degrees 10, knots away 28 right, clear takeoff.
No, I've never given Twitch any thought, to be honest with you. As I said, YouTube itself is quite a lot to handle, especially like if you had a way of merging chats and stuff like that, yeah, I'd think about it. I think the big difference for the likes of us here at Dublin and even the Manchester streamers, we have to do it with a lot less equipment than a lot of the big American channels, because obviously they get the weather. We could be here in the height of summer and it's still going to end up raining on us. So we have to have a kind of compact kit that we can protect easily while being able to stay here.
Surface wind 260
So-
13 knots, runway 28 right, clear takeoff, away. Clear takeoff, runway 1 southern.
You know how I know this is fake? Sunlight doesn't reach Dublin on Fridays. Our next departure is Ryanair to far away.
Signal 7 Charlie Bravo from November 2, line up runway 28 right. November 2, number wait runway 28 right, line up 7 Charlie Bravo.
Give me 2 seconds. Just have to connect something here.
Hello, 7 Charlie Bravo, surface wind is 250 degrees 1 and 3, answer me 28 right, clear takeoff. Have a good day.
Norwegian to Copenhagen. Yep, I grew up in Huntstown, Mulhuddard, known as Blanchardstown these days. But living out in County Meath. Norwegian to Copenhagen. Again, Toblerone advert on the tail. Getting suddenly windy. Nil by departures at the moment. Trade Air just hiding there, look at that.
Bravo, slightly early on the start of your taxi to the right, November 1, hold short runway 28 right.
Taxi right, November 1, hold short runway 28 right, Jameson 992 Bravo, good afternoon.
Afternoon. Jameson 86 Whiskey, taxi November 2 from November 2, line up runway 28 right. Taxi November 2 from November 2, line up runway 28 right, Jameson 86 Whiskey.
Yeah, like if you have a look, oh, hello. If you have a look at the some of the LA streamers, they have 2 big tables that they bring with them and fold out and put all their equipment on. Laptops, soundboards, you name it. First shower here in Dublin and they'd be down 20 grand because all their equipment would be destroyed. Sarah Jane, again, I have ads turned off. It shouldn't be interrupting the video, is it? Those side-by-side ads, there's nothing I can do about. YouTube are just choosing to display them. There's nothing I can do. But all other ads I have turned off as standard.
Surface wind is 250 degrees 12 knots, runway 28 right, clear takeoff. Bye-bye. Takeoff 0 right, Jameson 86 Whiskey. Bye. G'day, Emirates 1 X-ray. Do you require full length or can you take a departure from November 2?
We can take November 2, but we're still waiting on the cabin. Emirates 1 X-ray.
ATR to Bristol.
Actually, continue to November 1 down. There'll be one item to depart ahead of you, Emirates 1 X-ray.
I'll be there November 1 right, hold short.
Hey, for a break. Gemstone 92 Bravo from November 1, line up from 28 right.
Reese, that is correct. We will have Aer Lingus to Denver today.
92 Bravo from November 1, line up from 28 right.
From November 1, line up, wait, runway 28 right, Jameson 992 Bravo.
Go around. I thought to myself the prop sounded very loud. So runway 16 and 34 is the Crosswind runway here. At the moment it is closed while construction work is ongoing. It has been closed since the 30th of October, or even slightly before that, possibly even the end of September. They closed the Crosswind runway. It's in the NOTAMs, currently closed until the end of June. I imagine that will be extended again as the underpass works progress. Reece says, I was formerly a ramp lead K-load operator, worked on EI 59 and 58 all last summer, loved it. Nice. Gary, I presume you're talking about Walt from DFW. He very similar to the lads from the likes of Airline Videos Live or LA Flights, has a huge setup on a desk in front of him, but he's operating, I think, 2 or at least 3 cameras as well.
103, ready in sequence, holding point 2 right.
Thank you. We just had to go around on the southern runway, so we're just waiting for release. So I'll have that onwards for you very shortly.
Holding position, Emirates on 3 points.
Thank you.
Hey Gary, just so you know, like obviously we don't have a rule about mentioning other channels. We don't obviously want shameless promotion, but if you're mentioning someone, feel free to always use their channel name. I'm likely subscribed to a lot of them anyway. There was a time where we had to kind of stop channels being mentioned just because people were coming on giving out about other channels. But don't be doing that. If you have a problem with another channel, take it up with them. No need to be coming in here doing it. But yeah, no. I'm not precious. I don't mind other channels being mentioned.
Emirates 1XA, also thanks for the patience. In November 1, line up from 28 right.
ATR to Leeds Bradford.
November 1, line up 28 right, Emirates 183, no problem.
EK 162 behind that, Air 777 back to Dubai. So, battery takeoff. They'll start the engines now in a second. There you go. On occasion, you'll see the props then turn the opposite direction as well, just so they don't detach themselves from the aircraft. Noah, we should be here till around 4:30, 4:45, and then I have to go to work for the evening. Andy says there's no consistent stream from JFK. Maybe you should come over and help me. Was Jens not there for a while? I know he had to go home. He suffered a loss in the family, but I imagine he'll be back. ERB saying only 13. They're rookie numbers. There's no end of aviation content, live streams on YouTube, and for the most part they're all great.
Surface wind is 240 degrees 11 knots, runway 28 right, clear takeoff, and thanks again for your patience.
Runway 28 right, clear takeoff, Emirates 1, X-ray, heavy, good day.
Katie, how do? So EK 162 to Dubai. I believe today is the return of the double daily for Emirates. They've been operating one flight daily since they started back after the conflict. But 1st of May is the return date for the afternoon and evening Emirates. The early morning one, I think, is done. Won't be coming back. So we get 2 of these a day again now for the rest of the summer.
November 1, from November 1, line up runway 28 right.
Right on November 1 and line up runway 28 right.
Thank you very much. Heavy just departed, so I'll do you a 2-minute wake interference for turbulence into it. Okay.
The 380 return to Manchester too. Got to send one of them our way.
Wind 250 degrees 12, knots runway 28 right, clear takeoff. Goodbye.
Switch right, clear for takeoff, Ryanair 20 Alpha uniform.
Scary, thank you very much. Gifting another membership. We have Ryanair lined up for Amsterdam. It's a max 8.
Upshare 4 Echo Whiskey continues to November 2, but holds short.
I'm going to try it, but I make no promises.
X-ray point, November 2 and short, square wet, X-ray 4 Echo Whiskey.
Emirates already turned upwind and heading east.
Upshare 4 Echo Whiskey from November 2, line up runway 28 right and wait.
Land up at right, runway 28 right, line November 2, left, clear, 4 Echo Whiskey.
November 2, hold short runway 28 right. Okay, I'll bring you down to November 1, so turn right, November 1, hold short runway 28 right, and the try is fully ready.
Bring it, just right, November 1, hold short 28 right, get start, and it's
All gone. Luxair 737.
Luxair 4 Echo Whiskey, surface wind is 240 degrees 11 knots, runway 28 right, clear, take off the right.
Yeah, take off straight line,
Patrick says the RPM change should be one of two things, either a reduction in power for the climb. That's what we were saying. So obviously on the ATR there's the little power selector where obviously takeoff, MCT, climb or cruise. So I'm guessing that's the moment they're switching from takeoff to climb. Just a guess. Twofer. Cheeky Ryanair in the background. Am I pushing me luck? Emirates. The reduction of power is for commercial, usually around 700. Okay, 700 feet or yeah. So on the ATR, are they moving it from the throttle from full toga to the notch? Is that what you're saying? I think. Pat in Cincinnati, morning. ERB, chat soon. As always, thank you for being here. Enjoy your weekend. It's a bank holiday weekend here as well. Everyone will be off Monday.
Thank you, November, taxi November, Heliphant November 1. November, Heliphant November 1, thank you, November.
We have an A330 on taxi. The first aircraft there on the taxiway is XLT to Indianapolis. Rolling, we have Posty to Birmingham, EIGPO.
Tower from Shamrock, 9 Kilo November, there's a plastic bag on the taxiway, now moving towards the runway, towards the crest in front of the runway. Shamrock, 9 Kilo November, roger, copy that, thank you. Kilo November, hold short, runway 28 right. Just going to get the vehicle out to collect that plastic side before I land it. And then hold short, straight right now. Thank you.
Mr. Baguette, maximum takeoff thrust is hardly ever used unless absolutely needed. It's all about preserving the life of the engine. So that's why on the likes of an Airbus you have flex, the flex setting, which is basically easier on the engine, less stress on the engines, but will also get the aircraft airborne. So if you're looking at the throttle on an Airbus, it will have toga at the top, it will have flex, and then another one just below that says climb, and then down below that idle and reverse. So you can set a flex setting on the MCDU of an Airbus, which is basically when you put the throttle into flex, this is the power level it will apply. So when pilots are choosing their, you hear them saying their numbers or their figures here before they depart, they have a setting for toga, which is full power, but they also have a flex setting, which is softer on the engines. And I believe they get preferential treatment. Did I hear that before from engine suppliers if they use flex more often?
Charlotte 9 Kilo November, wind 230 degrees, 11 knots, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff, right. Takeoff, straight right, Charlotte 9 Kilo November.
So the A330 is under tow, that's not going back out just yet. This, on the other hand, is so EIXLT, it's one of Aer Lingus' XLR, and it's off to Indianapolis.
So 155 tower, hello, taxi November 2 and line up runway 28 right. Delta 155.
Mate, no Qatar yet.
Delta
Obviously,
155.
we would have seen it arrive,
For Delta 155,
but they
sort of
switched runways to departures again.
November 2, line up runway 28 right.
November 2, line up 28 right, Delta 155.
So our Delta 767-300 will be going back to Boston.
Charlotte 77 Charlie Tower, good afternoon. Taxi November 1, hold short runway 28 right, it's course to the 76, lining up by November 2.
Good afternoon, taxi November 1, hold short to 28 right, caution to Delta 767 Charlie.
So I think the actual, obviously I'm referencing the throttle position on an Airbus, but the actual term for it is a derated takeoff, where they use what is basically the Goldilocks power setting. without having to push the engines to their maximum.
Delta 155, surface wind 230 degrees at 9 or knots, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff.
Freddie,
Bye, sir.
welcome back.
Clear for takeoff, runway 28 right, Delta 155. Qatar 76 Romeo Kilo, follow the Aer Lingus 320 from the left to right, to holding point November 1 behind. Follow behind the Aer Lingus in front of us, follow them to holding point November 1 to show for right behind the line 7600 kilo. And tower Delta 155. Delta 155. Where are the lights, kind of flashy lights at the end of the runway? Hang on, let me just see if I can turn them off for you. Oh, very good, thank you. Is that better? Yep, and we're still clear for takeoff 28 right, Delta 155. Delta 155, affirm, bye-bye. Shamrock 77 Charlie, line up runway 10, question 28 right. Ladder runway 28 right, Shamrock 77 Charlie. Ryanair 8 Lima Victor, hello, taxi right November, holding point November 1. 29 slow. Wind 240 degrees, 10 knots, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff.
Aer Lingus A320. Going to be heading to Lanzarote. EI778.
Final 76 Romeo Kilo, line up runway 28 right. Hello, line up runway 28 right, line 76 Romeo Kilo.
Well, Jeffrey, the likes of the 777 and the A350 are obviously massively overpowered, but it's nice to have it there if you need it. If you look back at the videos that I've put up on the channel, we were here one day live when there was a Delta A350 heading back to Atlanta, and as they were lining up, things turned to a tailwind and we had a squall come through and they went full beans in the A350. It is the loudest I have ever heard a plane being here at Dublin Airport. So, go have a look. A350, Delta, loud departure. Ryanair to Murcia.
Lima Victor, wind 240 degrees, 11 knots, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff, bye. Shamrock 78 Lima, good afternoon. You happy with November 2? Yes, I'm happy November 2, Shamrock 78 Lima. Shamrock 78 Lima, taxi November 2, hold short of runway 28 right. Taxi November 2, hold short of 28 right, Shamrock 78 Lima. Gemstone 4 Hotel Sierra, taxi right November, holding point November 1.
Ryanair to Prague. Bank holiday weekend here in Ireland, so the airport is going to be busy this weekend. I think even the other regional airports and Shannon are saying they'll have a very busy weekend too.
Lima, line up runway 28 right. Line up runway 2 is right, Shamrock 78 Lima.
We obviously spoke a couple of weeks ago about, I think it's the American Department of Transport being asked by the American carriers to take action in relation to the passenger cap here. So the 6th of May, 5 days from now, is the deadline that the US Transport Commission, I think it is, has to either take action or postpone any action based on the response they get from the Irish government. We won't get political, but the outcome could be we carry on as normal until there's a decision made, or they start reducing the likes of slots for Aer Lingus operating into the US from the 6th of May, which is not what you want coming into the summer season. Aer Lingus to Gran Canaria. Hello.
Emirates 4 Hotel Sierra, wind 250 degrees, 13 knots, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff.
Hang on, sorry, I'm just catching up. Is Adrian hosting a barbecue for us on Monday? Oh, why, thank you, sir. May, you're up. Qatar Dreamliner. Funny, we have it like that because there was a time, believe it or not, when people on YouTube would be coming in and just absolutely wrecking the chat at random stuff, hateful stuff against God knows whatever's running through their brain. So the 5-minute subscribe kind of just cuts that down a little bit, stops the people that actually want to be here and interact having to put up with that stuff. That's all. I'm not trying to force anyone to do anything. You can watch without subscribing, I don't mind, but it's just more protecting the chat from spam and stuff like that.
Hello, good afternoon. You happy with November 2 today? Confirm, Channel 76 kilo. Taxi November 2 at line up runway 28 right. November 2, line runway 28 right, Channel 76 kilo.
No, funny moments. It's subscribing is different than member. Subscribing is free, and the one thing you'll notice here is I never, ever, ever push anything to do with money. That's not why I do this. The mods will tell you I've brought it up loads of times about actually turning off memberships. Makes me feel uncomfortable. No, subscribing is free.
Wind 24 degrees, 12 knots, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff, right. Runway 28 right, clear correct.
Adam, welcome back. Shredder head. My dad used to cut it into thin slices and fry it and have it in sandwiches then. Yeah. And I grew up perfectly normal. Only had 2 heart surgeries and 1 brain surgery, so I'm okay. Aer Lingus to Tenerife. I can dress up as Septic Peg for the barbecue, can I? Mark's Aviation, welcome back into the Spotters Club. Michael Thomas in the USA, happy Friday to you. Funny moments, don't be silly. Just, you're already subscribed because you're able to talk in the chat there, so stay as you are. Yeah, Jeffrey, obviously the wind is calmer, so it's not overwhelming the microphones as much. At the moment, it's coming at us from behind the camera slightly right to left. So earlier on, the sound was better because the wind was carrying the sound straight into us. But yeah, we have 3 different microphone setups. We have the small wireless ones we use in the winter. case we get water damage. We have the high dynamic range one that we use when there's no wind. Not today, you'd just be hearing nothing but wind. And then we have these wireless ones today that are quite good quality. So it's the same with the camera. We don't roll out the big camera during the winter because there's just too much of a risk involved. Dot, afternoon to you and Paul. Doesn't sound like a hairdryer today. Michael, I think we all love 40 knot crosswind days here. I've been quite lucky this year that my working shifts haven't gotten in the way too much of the stormy days. Although for the up until last week, we nearly had a month and a half solid of crosswinds. It was great. And no crosswind runway to help them. So you're saying winter is over? Well, I've rolled out the summer kit, you know.
November 2, line up runway 28 right, your rings 5 Bravo Mike.
Bob, afternoon. Eurowings A321, going to be heading to Dusseldorf.
Eurowings 5 right, Bravo Mike, wind 230 degrees, 14 knots, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff, right?
Clear takeoff to it right, your rings 5 Bravo Mike, bye bye.
I protested winter this year, wore shorts every day. You do get people that wear shorts every day during the winter. They're usually people that have tattoos on their leg and they want everyone to see them. That was one of them there low power takeoffs. Well, it definitely didn't make any noise anyway. Almost 500 likes. Thank you very much, everyone. I've always made a big point, folks. There's no hard sell with this channel. You can watch or not.
We are not ready yet for the voucher, but taxi November
I'm enjoying myself streaming,
line up to its right,
so
554.
that's all that matters to me.
Okay, taxi to holding point November 1, please. And hold short of runway 28 right.
November 1, control to its right, now 554.
They're on the move again after having a little nap. I think we might have to upgrade the platform again.
David 831 Tower, taxi November 2, line up runway 28 right.
November 2, line up 28 right, Speedbird 831.
Shamrock 9 Charlie Road, Juliet, taxi November 1, hold short, hold runway 28
No
right.
tattoos, Jeffrey says.
November
That's
1,
not
hold
true.
short, 28 right, Shamrock 9, Charlie Juliet.
Ryanair 554, report ready for departure.
Ryanair 554.
May, thanks for being here as always, and we'll chat to you soon. I presume Adrian has something scheduled or is about to schedule for the weekend, so keep an eye out for Orford Peace Aviation. Once his computer doesn't turn off, he'll be fine. There's nothing worse. It's happened to us a few times as well. The way this works is obviously we have cameras here and equipment that broadcast the signal back to home servers or home computers, and on occasion those computers just do computery things and shut down. Or your dog gets jealous that you've left him at home, so starts banging on the keyboard, changing settings, like has happened to British Airways to Heathrow.
Line up runway 28 right.
Line up to its right, 554.
Ryanair 5, X-ray Bravo Tower, taxi Kilo, and then right on November, hold short, November 1.
Hey Johnny, how else are you going to know they have tattoos if they don't wear shorts?
Thank you.
Go around. That's 3 today. Michael, welcome along. So our departure will be held here momentarily, just so there's no conflict between the missed approach and themselves on departure.
554, surface in 230
There you go.
10 knots, runway 28 right, ever take off, right?
Alpha take off to its right, now 554.
Ryanair to Manchester. A330
Charlie,
on taxi.
line up runway 28 right.
Wendy, Beach Life. Hello. Crosswind is picking up now. Maybe that's what that is. Have a look. Crosswind. Oh, my moo cow friends are coming up behind me now.
Charles 9 Charlie Juliet, wind 240 degrees, 9 knots, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff, flight.
Takeoff 28 right, runway 9 Charlie Juliet, good day.
Aer Lingus to Raleigh Durham, lined up.
Final 5 extra Bravo, line up, runway 28 right. Shamrock 6 stop echo, taxi holding point November 1. Holding point November 1 to hold short, Shamrock 6 stop echo. Bravo, 7.240 degrees, 10 knots, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff. 28 right, clear takeoff, Ryanair, 5 X-ray Bravo, bye-bye.
So, direct Max F. Paul, reference your ATR question. That would be the approximate height we would select climb power, typically 1,000 feet above the aerodrome elevation, but varies in accordance with noise abatement procedures. Perfect. Thank you very much, direct Max F.
Shamrock 6 stop echo, line up runway 28 right. Straight right, Shamrock 6 stop echo. Shamrock 6 stop echo, surface to 250 degrees, 13 knots, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, straight right, Shamrock 6 stop echo, fine.
Aer Lingus A330 to Los Angeles. Helena in Madeira. Hello.
Ryanair 55 Papa Delta, hello, taxi holding point November 1. That's the other point. Ryanair 55 Papa Delta, November 1, line up runway 28 right and wait. November 1, line up runway 28 right and wait, Ryanair 55 Papa Delta. Ryanair 55 Papa Delta, wind 250 degrees, 13 knots, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff. Right. Runway 28 right, let's take off, cheers, via Ryanair.
Ryanair for Leeds Bradford next.
Ryanair 263.
They're getting moved around.
Point number 2, hold short of runway 28 right.
Taxi number 2, hold short to it, Ryanair 263 Charlie.
I didn't think the crosswind or even the tailwind was meant to be that strong today, but we've seen 3 missed approaches while we're here since midday.
Ryanair 263 Charlie, November 2, line up runway 28 right.
November 2, line up runway 28 Ryanair 263 Charlie.
The wind has been very changeable though, and that's what creates wind shear. Obviously the difference in wind directions suddenly changing doesn't even have to be strong, and just change direction in flow over the aircraft, I suppose. 500 likes, thank you very much everyone.
Ryanair 263 Charlie, wind 240 degrees, 11 knots, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff. Right.
The drag will take off Ryanair 263
Ryanair to
Charlie.
Hamburg next. I'm watching the BA Embraer with its normally high. Is it a BA Embraer? It
Ryanair
is,
7
yeah.
Charlie Victor Tower,
With
everyone's
its
ready for departure.
normally high
Ryanair 7 Charlie Victor.
nose angle of attack, is it?
Okay, we continue for November 2, Ryanair 7 Charlie Victor. Are you ready? Negative, Ryanair 7 Charlie Victor. Ryanair 7 Charlie Victor, hold it Neptune for now, there might be company that I need to get out ahead of there. Okay, let's copy, we hold short Neptune, Ryanair 7 Charlie Victor. Ryanair 86 Delta X-ray, hello, are you ready for departure? Ryanair 86 Delta X-ray, roger, taxi right November, holding point November 1.
November 1, holding point Ryanair 86 Delta X-ray.
Ryanair 7 Charlie Victor, taxi November 2, hold short runway 28 right, report ready.
I was taxi November 2, holding point 28 right, and
Bob, much appreciated. Bob is after gifting 20 memberships. Bob, thank you.
Ryanair 7 Charlie Victor, ready for departure. Ryanair 7 Charlie Victor, thank you, line up runway 28 right.
Line up runway 28 right for Ryanair 7 Charlie Victor.
Another
7 Charlie Victor, surface wind 230
Aer Lingus A330 on taxi. 2 Aer Lingus A330s on taxi. 1 to Seattle and 1 to Denver. Ryanair to Beauvais Roland. That is.
Sherman Liner 53 Tower, good afternoon. Taxi holding point November 1.
Taxiing side by side almost. Foxtrot outer and Foxtrot inner.
Sherman 9 Papa Mike, hello, taxi holding point November 1. November 1, Sherman 9. 986 Delta X-ray, wind 23 degrees, 13 knots, coming to it right clear for takeoff.
Woody, welcome. Breeze very strong now. Sorry, wind. Ryanair to London Luton.
Sherman 953, November 1, line up runway 28 right. Line up right, runway 28 right, line November 1, Sherman 953.
So, first up, EIDW to Seattle, and then EIM to Denver.
Sherman 953, wind 220 degrees, 10 knots, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff. Right, for takeoff to the right, Sherman 953, good day. Sherman 9 Papa Mike, line up runway 28 right. Line up 28 right, Sherman 9 Papa Mike.
Thought I heard another go around on the south side, just really loud reversers. EI59 to Denver. Funny moments Welcome to the Spotters Club.
28 Quebec Bravo, taxi right November, holding point November 1. Right November, hold point November 1, just 2 Quebec Bravo. Tempo 28 Quebec Bravo, November 1, line of approach, right. Headway. November 1, line of headway, 2 feet right, just 2 Quebec Bravo. Ryanair 93 Sierra Papa, hello, report ready for departure. Local Ryanair 93 Sierra Papa. Ryanair 93 Sierra Papa, we're ready for departure. Ryanair 93 Sierra Papa, thank you, taxi right November, holding point November 1. Right November, hold point November 1, Ryanair 93 Sierra Papa. Ryanair 3 extra kilo low, follow company traffic on your right, so holding point November 1. Follow another company traffic to November, the host point, November 1, Ryanair 3 extra kilo. Jameson 2 Quebec Bravo, wind 240 degrees, 11 knots, 72 right, left takeoff, flight. Quebec go runway 3 right, Jameson 2 East Quebec Bravo, good in. Shamrock 756, hello, taxi holding point November 1. Taxi November 1, Shamrock 756.
Presuming they're going for the more northerly track today, considering the way they're heading at the moment. Would normally be a left turn now out over Meath, but they're heading north. ATR to Glasgow. I think Direct Maxev is lying to me. He just doesn't want me knowing that they're taking off using the battery.
Scandinavian 2468, ground low, report ready for departure. Yeah, fully ready, Scandinavian 2468. Scandinavian 2468, thank you, taxi right November, holding point November 1. Right November and November 1, Scandinavian 2468. Shamrock 9 Alpha Romeo, hello, taxi holding point November 1. November 1 to hold Charlotte right, Shamrock 9 Alpha Romeo.
Funny moments, much appreciated. I did say to you, there's no pressure. Can I customize my plane? Your plane progresses as you do. Noosh, chat soon. Ryanair to Rome lined up at November 1 with a little queue down the side here on the November taxiway.
Papa, wind 250 degrees, 12 knots, 22 right, left takeoff, right. Clear takeoff to 8 right. 933 Papa. Bye-bye. Ryanair 3 X-ray kilo, line up runway 2 right. Line up and right, runway 2 is right, Ryanair 3 X-ray kilo. Ryanair 3 X-ray kilo, wind 23 sail breeze, 13 knots, show me 2 at right, clear for takeoff, right. 2 at right, clear for takeoff, Ryanair 3 X-ray kilo, right.
Ryanair to Liverpool. I don't know why that happens.
Shamrock 1056, line up runway 2 at right. Line up 2 at right, Shamrock.
Every now and then my phone just turns off, or the chat just closes. I don't know. Anyway.
Ryanair 51 Alpha Victor Tower, thank you. Number 4.
We do have another half hour, 45 minutes left before I have to go to work. I will be streaming Monday at some stage, and I also hope to do Wednesday evening next week, because obviously I'm away Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So streams next week are Monday and Wednesday.
Line up 2468, line up runway 2 right. Line up 28 right, Scandinavian 286, 2468.
Beach Life wants to know, has there been any farm life today? Not much. Where are they? There was a little wing wave there, wasn't there? I'm taking it.
2468, wind 25 sail degrees, 12 knots, show me 28 right, clear for takeoff. Thank you now.
Thank you, 28 right, clear for takeoff, Scandinavian 2468, empty deck.
Shamrock 9 Alpha Romeo, line up runway 2 right. Line up away 2 right, Shamrock 9 Alpha Romeo.
SAS to Copenhagen.
Ryanair 170 Whiskey, taxi right November, holding point November 1.
Right November, holding point November 1, Ryanair 170 Whiskey.
Sherman 9 Alpha Romeo, surface wind 240 degrees, 9 knots, runway 28 right, lift takeoff right. Lift takeoff clear right, Sherman 9 Alpha Romeo, have a good day, bye.
This is this later flight I was telling you about.
Victor, line up runway 28 right.
Our last A330 is normally about 2:30, but today and tomorrow they're running a second 330 to Malaga, and tomorrow is a second 330 to Faro, and it's Ella, the former Manchester 330 for both. Ella has been sat up since it was ferried from Manchester on the retirement flight we filmed for the two captains. So I'm wondering, maybe are they doing Malaga and Faraway as tests? Was it getting engine work done or something? Who knows? Did someone just get blocked? Not that I can see.
Victor, surface wind is 230 degrees at 10 knots, runway 28 right.
Someone deleted their own comment.
I said take off to right, Ryanair 51 Alpha Victor. See ya. Traffic.
Martin says wife is in Aer Lingus lounge with the gang from work heading to Lisbon for the weekend. Nice. This is Ryanair to Burgas. They stole Apollo.
Ryanair 170 Whiskey from November 1, line up to the way, 28 right and west.
November 1, line up from
Sorry, I let go of the tripod there for a second. Well, I'm just going to go with that. They're rotating the herd around different fields, and that's why Apollo and his crew aren't here anymore. That's my happy place. Because the last time we saw Apollo was about 3 weeks ago, looking rather chunky. And we haven't seen him since. Ryanair to Olbia. dust in the face.
Rescue 1, 3, proceed now to November 1, from November 1, proceed to 28 right, Thanks. Apologies, should have gone off. I'll have it for you now. Thank you. Runner 65 Hotel X-ray, continue to November 1, slightly early on the slot, probably one item to get out ahead of you. Hello, continuing November 1, that's the leader now, Hotel X-ray. Runner 61 Sierra Victor.
Carol,
Sierra
chat
Victor,
soon.
taxi to November 2. Taxi to November 2, right, see what you
Funny, have a look at your perks on YouTube there, you'll see how often they change. Rossi, only second time, find this channel, love it. Happy Friday from up north. I reckon he'd be killed if he launched Orford Stakes. She knows where he streams from. Shredderhead, I would imagine that even when they retire commercially, they keep going privately.
61 Sierra Victor, line of plate, runway 28 right, just vehicle to make it. Yeah, but runway 28 right.
I would liken it to similar to driving a motorcycle. No matter how much or how many times I've told myself I'm going to stop, or I'm not going to have another bike, or I'm not, I always end up with one. Once the bug is in you, there's nothing you can do. Well, surgeons can remove it, but you know what I mean.
Tower Rescue 1-3, vacated now, November 7. Nothing report, runway clear and flight.
Rescue 1-3, thank you. 1 right, contact ground, 165
First short, runway 28 right, contact ground, 125.
George, thank you very much.
61 Sierra Victor, wind 250 degrees, correction. Wind 220 degrees, 11 knots, max 20, runway 28 right, clear, take
It's
off.
gusting 20 knots.
They go down with clear right, Sierra Victor.
Wasn't meant to be above 8.
65 Hotel X-ray today, line of plate, runway 28 right.
Don't they just join gliding and skydiving clubs? I imagine there's a future for them as instructors as well. Or sim instructors even. Very quiet takeoff for Ryanair.
Shark 40 runway today, continue November 1, hold short, runway 28 right.
Yeah, November 1, hold short 28 right, Chaparral, okay, 40 Romeo.
Minus 65 Hotel X-ray, wind 230 degrees, 14 knots, max 20, runway 28 right, clear, take off, bye-bye.
EI Haw to Cost next.
Line up from runway 28 right.
I think Haw is all blue winglets, isn't it? Hat on Haw. It's okay. Hey, no, I've convinced the cows here in the field behind me that I'm a vegetarian. They can't read, so whatever's said in the chat, they're oblivious to. It's grand. All blue winglets. Aer Lingus A320 to Rome next, so are the cows.
And 240 degrees, 15 knots, runway 28 right, clear takeoff. Bye-bye.
Takeoff runway 28 right, Shamrock 40 Romeo.
Jumps 33 Charlie Bravo, taxi November 2, hold short runway 28 right.
Funny moments. Your membership is to the channel, not to this live stream, so you will never lose the live stream anyway. They're always going to be there, and any live streams I do, like I'm going to do on Monday, will appear in your YouTube feed now.
Jumps 33 Charlie Bravo, line of weight, runway 28 right.
Line up and wait to runway 28 right, Jumps 33 channel.
Jumps 33 Charlie Bravo, wind 240 degrees, 13 knots, max 18, runway 28 right, clear takeoff. Bye-bye.
Yeah, takeoff 28 right, Jumps.
What did they do to become moderators? Annoy me enough that I forced them to behave themselves. Circumference EIFAT off to Manchester. Might not be an early rotate considering the registration.
1456, good day. Taxi November 2, line up on my runway 28 right. There'll be a short delay there.
November 2, line up and wait 28 right, Ryanair 1456.
Birds are making lots of noise.
Taxi November 2, line up, hold short from me 28 right.
Good afternoon, taxi November 2, hold short from me 28 right, Ryanair 3322.
Paper.
Ryanair to Brussels.
Thank you, Ryanair 737 Fox. You can continue to November 2, hold short from me 28 right.
November 2, hold short from me right, Ryanair 737.
Ryanair 1456, surface wind is 240 degrees, 12 knots, runway 28 right, clear takeoff away.
Clear takeoff from me 28 right, Ryanair 1456, away.
Yeah. Kiarka's fine. He normally curls up in a ball on the floor and cries like that. It's okay.
From November 2, line up runway 28 right.
November 2, line up runway 28 right, Ryanair 3322.
Ryanair 33 Juliet Zulu, surface wind 250 degrees, 11 knots, runway 28 right, clear takeoff. Have a good day.
Clear takeoff to the right, Ryanair 33 Juliet Zulu, cadet.
Yeah, funny moments. The chat is mostly all of us making jokes with each other and being silly. There's nothing serious. If there was, we'd be deleting it straight away, so don't worry.
November 2, line up runway 28 right.
November 2, line up runway 28 right, Ryanair 737.
And good day, Shamrock 1 X-ray, unable to continue to November 1, hold short runway 28 right.
Hello, what's clear to Ryanair, November 1, holding short, 28 right, Shamrock 1 X-ray.
Ryanair to Lanzarote. If this was Sesame Street, the word of today would be derated.
Ryanair 730 Fox, surface wind is 240 degrees at 10 knots, runway 28 right, clear takeoff away.
Clear takeoff 28 right, Ryanair 730 Fox.
Shamrock 1 X-ray, Lima, continue now to November 1, line up runway 28 right, and wait, stand by for release.
Clear to line up and wait on 28 right, Shamrock 1 X-ray, Lima.
Gemstone 16 Mike, good day, continue to November 2, hold short of runway 28 right.
Continue November 2, hold short 28 right.
Wonderful, yeah, one to the part and then you can advise fully ready.
Wilco, thanks. Gemstone 16 Mike.
Shamrock 1 X-ray, Lima, surface wind 220 degrees at 10, knots runway 28 right, clear takeoff, bye-bye.
Clear takeoff, 28 right, Shamrock 1 X-ray, Lima, bye-bye.
321 Neo, EILRG to Philadelphia. Two pharaohs walk into a bar. Jeffrey, now that you mention pyramids, it's a bit more humorous. Tut, tut.
Gemstone 16 Mike, ready for departure.
Thank you, line up runway 28 right for the Gemstone 16 Mike.
Line up runway 28 right, Gemstone 16 Mike.
Stop back. Try again.
Two for
That's it, thanks. Shamrock 58 Golf, so you able November 1 or November 2 for departure?
Either way, we can try for Shamrock 58 Golf.
58 Golf, okay, continue to November 1 and hold short runway 28 right.
Continue November 1 till short of 28 right, Shamrock 58 Golf.
Gemstone 16 Mike, surface wind is 240 degrees at 12, knots runway 28 right, clear takeoff, have a good day.
Clear takeoff, runway 28 right, Gemstone 16 Mike, thanks you too.
Shamrock 58 Golf from November 1.
What's the place that you're called? What's the place that you're at Dublin Airport? The airport. Look at this. ATR to the Isle of Man. So this is the R108. It's the other side of where we normally are. It's basically a U-shaped road that runs internal to both runways. Allows access to the ATC tower and the cargo entrance.
298 Sierra, taxi November 2, but hold short of runway 28 right.
This is a great spot. The only problem is the fence line can be in the way. So I'm on the roof of the van today. I'll show you, if you're going to come to this spot, I'll show you where to go now in a second. Bang. If you're coming to this side and you plan on doing anything at all with camera or video, down there at the traffic lights, just after the traffic lights, there's a little hill there. That's where we've stood before. That allows you to just about clear the fence line. Other than that, that's the official parking area over there for the north runway. And as you can see, it's just as bad as the Mound Road for traffic. That's why we come over this side.
Golf.
Tony,
250 degrees 11 knots, runway 28 right, clear takeoff, bye-bye.
try keep political out of the chat, please. That's twice. Dublin Airport was always expanding. They'd already got planning approval for their expansion before things changed. That's nice. EI 586 to Malaga.
298 Sierra from November 2, line up runway 28 right and wait.
Up to November 2, line up right, line up.
So this is money because they're not on radar. You'll find them on ADSB, but I'm not going to go trying to get it at the moment. The bat plane, I like it. This is the bat plane. Farmer, chat later on. Thank you for being here.
Surface wind is 250 degrees 11 knots from me 28 right. Cleared takeoff. Bye-bye. Right,
No call sign even.
172, November 2 or November 1 for departure? November 2. Thank you, Shark 172. Continue to November 2 behind the departing executive jet. Line up runway 28 right and wait. Taxi November 2 behind the executive jet. Line up and wait for runway 28 right. Shamrock 172. Hey, sir.
We're in the club. Is that registration DECLB, the club, or was it OECLB? The class of it was, look at the height of it. On. Oh, it was OE. Nah. Not happy now. Would have been better if it was DE, wouldn't it? So we have Aer Lingus 320 Neo waiting to go to Heathrow.
Surface wind is 220 degrees 11 knots from me 28 right. Clear takeoff. Bye-bye. Clear for takeoff runway 28 right. Shamrock 172. Good luck.
It's not on ADSB either. Well, that's proper money, so isn't it? Mirror, this is the summer schedule. It's going to get very busy between now and September. It'll be like this the whole time, which I'm not going to complain about because it can be painful being here with 20-minute or 30-minute gaps in departures or arrivals. People keep asking me to sing, and we all know that's not going to happen. I think with this summer schedule we have at the moment, Ireland are going to be, or Dublin Airport should I say, is going to be, it was last summer, it was the 13th busiest airport in Europe. I think we're going to be 10 or 11 this year, which is great. We have a very shy Lewookie hiding here, doesn't want to be seen, thinks it's camouflaged. Oh, it was OEGLB. Okay. Right. That's with me glasses on. Funny moments. You went from asking why you were having to subscribe earlier on to subscribing and then going on about membership, and now you're ignoring the moderators. It's going to be very short-lived for you. Aircraft, aviation streams, etiquette. Don't talk about crashes. You never know who's watching, whose family may have been affected or what. It's as simple as that.
Juliet from November. Continues in November 2, line up from my 28 right.
It would have been better, Ado, if you'd left a comment there. What happens if I still talk about it? And then you get put in timeout.
Continues in November 1,
Like that.
hold short from my 28 right and advise fully ready.
I will continue November 1, hold short to right, will carry it. Should hopefully be too long flight.
The mods are a fairly easy-going bunch. No need to be trying to trigger them or forcing them to have to take action. Little Wookie.
Hold the Neptune and I'll in a moment. I understand you want November 1 for departure.
If I'm at hold Neptune, channel 9.
Thank you. Break Ryanair 69 Kilo Fox. That's good. Good day, Emirates City Clear. Just passing left to right, touch you now. When the traffic is clear, taxi November 2, line up runway 28 right.
What's your traffic? Taxi November 2, line up runway 28 right, Ryanair 69 Kilo Fox.
Hey, sir.
So, Johnny, last year at the peak schedule, Dublin Airport had 42 transatlantic arrivals a day. I think there's been 2 or 3 new transatlantic routes added since then. So we could be up at 45 transatlantics a day. I've either been living under a rock, but I seen a JFK departure at 8:30 last night. 7:30, 8:30.
Number 2, hold short of runway 28 right.
Look at the money.
Thank you. Number 2, hold short of runway 28 right. 49 Magnus, good day. Good night.
Money.
Ryanair 69er Kilo Fox, surface wind 230 degrees, 9er, knots runway 28 right, clear takeoff, bye-bye.
In through the Platinum VIP lounge and chauffeur driven to your jet before you disappear into the sky. That's the way to do it. Chris, no, we've no clue, but the fact that it turned around so quickly, I'm going to imagine it was medical.
Air France 49er Mike Delta from November 2, line up runway 28 right and wait. From November 2, line up 28 right.
Ryanair to Kerry.
Break, good day, Shamrock 574, taxi November 2, hold short runway 28 right. November 2, short of 28 right, Shamrock 574, good afternoon. Afternoon. Land up runway 28 right and wait and advise fully ready for departure.
Line up right, runway 28 right, 516 Juliet.
Beeping at the birds.
France 49er, Mike Delta, surface wind 230 degrees and 10 knots, runway 28 right, clear.
Wendy says they're part of the backplane group. Alfred is driving.
Thank you, bye.
And the flight 6 Lima Juliet, ready for departure.
Thank you, Fire 6 Lima Juliet, stand by for this.
What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow?
Air Runway 69 kilo Foxtrot, crossing altitude 3,600, climbing for Dollars 9 is on the Billing to Dubjet.
The CFWCG is no clue.
120755, Ryanair 69 kilo Foxtrot. Thank you.
Lewookie to Paris. Absolutely nil by noise.
France 6 Lima Juliet, correction, Flyer 6 Lima Juliet, surface wind 230 degrees left, not to 28 right, clear takeoff, bye-bye.
Clear takeoff, runway 28 right, thanks for your help, flight 6 Lima Juliet.
Problem, bye-bye.
British Airways Embraer to London City. So I'm going to call it. Our Eurowings is going to be our last departure. I do have to go to work. I can't see any sign of the A330s pushing back yet. So
119er from November 1, line up runway 28 right and wait. Fire November 1, line up 28 right and wait.
folks, if you haven't, please do smashy likey. Oh, hang on. Okay. Right.
Wind 230 degrees
Oh no,
left,
it's been towed. I thought that was on the move. Nope.
Eurowings 2775, when able, taxi November 2, but hold short of runway 28 right.
EI119, it's an XLR heading to Washington.
Shamrock 3, Lima, Kilo, good day, continue to November 2, hold short, runway 28 right.
Good evening, continue November 2, hold short right to right, Shamrock 3, Lima, Kilo.
Folks, thank you very much to everyone that's been here today.
Shamrock 574 from November 2, line
It's been
up
great to be
right.
out in the sun watching planes. Again, Adrian, presume Ado, if you have something scheduled, throw it up there before we finish. Adrian, likely to be here Sunday, I imagine.
Shamrock 574, surface wind 230 degrees left, not runway 28 right, clear, take off, bye-bye.
Shredderhead says I gave up tipping point to be here. I loved tipping point. I said this to you before, Shredderhead. When my grandfather was in the hospice. That's what he wanted to do every day. He wanted to sit and watch Tipping Point all day.
Airlines 277.
And I've not been able to watch it since.
Line up for my 28 right and wait.
When I come across it on, I have to turn it off. It's weird. Right, Eurowings, last plane. Mods,
2775.
thank you very much.
240 degrees and 10, not for my 28 right, clear takeoff, bye.
And hi to you, Brian KC. So Ado says nothing scheduled, but probably Sunday as usual. I am gonna, like I said to you, I'm gonna do Monday. I know Monday's a bank holiday, so those of you that don't get to watch normally will be able to. And then Wednesday evening next week. Johnny, thank you very much. So folks, to catch Ado's stream, just click on his name in the chat there. Subscribe to his channel. Twofer. These Eurowings crews are really taking that early right hand turn. Just something I've noticed over the last week or so while they've been, they're back more than a week or so, but they really enjoy the early right turn. Now, Ado, if I was a betting man, that's a Dexon. They're going to loop over Mead and come back over you. And then they start turning right and making an absolute fool of me. Yep. Oh look, one more. And thank you for 28 months in the Spotters Club. 320 Neo to Munich. Again, I'll work around what the others are doing depending on who's down for Monday. But Monday and Wednesday are our planned stream days next week.
Good, I would just need to get to the cabin to come join us. I've got one copy for your plan on 28 right, that's ready. Brilliant, we're ready for departure now, so we are in 7.2 line up to 28 right.
Yeah, I was completely wrong on the Eurowings anyway. There's some CGI cloud scenery for you as we finish up. How wrong was I on Eurowings?
Ryanair 5693, the surface wind 240 degrees 14 knots, runway 28 right
that
there,
wrong.
take off, bye-bye.
Anyway. Right folks, I've got to go to work unfortunately, otherwise I'd stay for these 330s that are about to depart, but there's nothing I can do about it. Apparently you have to go to work, otherwise they don't let you come in anymore. Folks, enjoy your bank holiday weekend. Like I said to you, Adrian will be on Sunday. I don't know what Dean is doing. There's no actual proof he's even come back from the Canaries yet. But anyway. Yeah. Oh, there's more cows over there. So maybe, just maybe, Apollo's crew are over there. Who knows? Anyway. Enjoy your weekend, folks, and I'll see you all Monday.
Come on, 49ers. 250 degrees at 10 knots, runway 28 right, clear takeoff. Holiday. Take off 28 right, thanks.